Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and start this presentation. Can everyone see the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Thank you, Chris.
Let's see, no responses yet?
Are you unmuted?
No, she's saying no. Okay, let's see. Oh. Okay, now they can see the PowerPoint. Okay, all right.
All right, let's see. Let me find somewhere to put my water bottle. So I apologize for those of you who are on the screen. I'm a mover, and so I'm probably going to be in and out of the picture the whole time. Podium standing is really hard for me, so again, I apologize in advance. My name is Rebecca Pittman. I am with the Red Cross, and I'm going to be talking about affiliated volunteer best practices. The disclaimer that I will give up front is that the Red Cross has taken a lot of time and energy and put it into developing these processes that we consider best practices that we use on a daily basis. You don't have to go to quite the extremes that we have gone to be able to support your volunteers in some of the ways that I'm going to talk about as our best practices. So a couple topics maybe. Oh, it's not advancing. How did we fix this before?
What happened?
It's not advancing.
Okay, let's see.
Oh,
There you go.
now we're in business. All right. So a couple things that we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about training for success, expectation setting pre-deployment, setting responders up for success, managing the deployment process, and volunteer development post-deployment. So all of this is really thinking about the fact that we've already recruited volunteers. They've already said they want to be disaster volunteers. Okay, great. It's time to deploy people to a disaster and just that process that we go through as an organization. So when we talk about training for success, we have a highly structured training and qualification process for every single position that we will deploy a volunteer for. So when we talk about shelter training, we have positions for shelter service associates. So that's your basic worker bee. I'm going to do whatever job you ask me to do. Shelter supervisors. So I'm going to oversee all of the staff working in this shelter. Sheltering managers. So I'm going to oversee multiple shelters on an operation, and so on and so forth. So for every position we have position descriptions and training requirements for that specific position to help set expectations, to help people understand what is expected of them in that role. This training really ensures that our responders understand not only what's expected of them, but that they have those core competencies and understand the need to be flexible when deployed. It also allows us to understand if somebody is a good fit for an operation. So just because someone is trained to be a shelter worker doesn't mean that the most austere conditions are the right deployment opportunity for them. So it's also the balance of just because you're trained for something, does that mean you're the right fit for this specific response? And then the last piece is just really around supervisor qualifications. For a long time, we kind of lived under the assumption that if you deployed a lot, if you took the required training and you wanted to be a supervisor, that would be an okay mix and we would come out with leaders of good leaders of people. That is not always the case. We have technical experts, and then we have people who are good at leading others. And so it's about that balance to understand, do you have the technical knowledge to be able to be a supervisor, but also do you have the soft skills to be able to lead people and support them in the jobs that they're fulfilling on an operation. So here's an example, and I apologize for the people on Teams. This is probably a really terrible slide, and it's probably really, really small letters. I apologize again. This is an example of our position description for a sheltering service associate, so for a shelter worker B. You can see that there is a purpose statement. It talks about who you're reporting to. It talks about the time commitment when you are deployed on an operation. So it calls out the fact that you're going to be doing shift work, that you may be working 8 to 12-hour shifts, that you may or may not have a lot of support and guidance. It talks about some of the key responsibilities. So again, setting those expectations of what kind of work you could be doing. And then it highlights the qualifications, so any specific requirements for that role. And so again, we do this for every single position that we might deploy somebody in. And this is actually like a 2 or 3 page long document. I just took screenshots of 4 helpful pieces out of it. The next piece that goes along with that is the training requirements. So this is another screenshot of our training requirement matrix to say, if I'm going to be a shelter worker, I have to take these 5 trainings, and then it's recommended that I take these other 5 trainings to even be able to qualify to do that job. Again, the Red Cross has spent a lot of time and energy going into depth on what these requirements should be, how it should work, to ensure that we have quality folks deploying to serve in these capacities. What we also know on the flip side is that we don't need to train you to death so that you know how to be nice to people, to fill out a form, and to comfort somebody who's just experienced a disaster. So we're kind of going through a bit of a rebalancing to make sure that we're not going overboard trying to train people for every possible scenario that could come up, versus just saying, we're teaching you the core competencies. We trust you to be nice people and to make good decisions. So we're kind of navigating through that right now as an organization. So one of the things that I wanted to point out is for all of our basic training, we are very excited about this now. All of our basic training is now both in English and in Spanish, so we can do a better job at engaging bilingual volunteers, specifically Spanish-speaking volunteers, understanding that even if you speak English as a second language, you may not prefer to learn that way. And so this is a step that we've taken to really be able to grow that volunteer base. Next, we talk about core competencies and fit. So anytime a disaster happens and we start to understand what it looks like, how extreme is it, and we start requesting volunteers, or the operation starts requesting volunteers to deploy out, just because somebody is trained, just because they are available, that does not necessarily mean that they are the right fit for that operation. And so we try and gauge, is somebody going to be successful before we deploy them? Because the worst thing that we can do for an affiliated volunteer is say, absolutely, you want to go to Guam to respond to this terrible typhoon, we will put you on a plane and we will send you there. If they've never deployed before, if they have health conditions that may not be good fit for being on a remote island far, far away from the mainland, there are lots of considerations that we have to take to ensure that we don't send somebody into an unsafe scenario that could harm their personal health, whether that's physical or mental health. So we consider those things, and every responder, before they are assigned to an operation, is required to fill out a health form. We call it the pre-assignment health questionnaire, and it essentially gauges physical health and mental health before we say, yes, you are good to go. If there are any questions that come up or any responses that raise a flag, then we will have a qualified health or mental health responder reach out to them to say, hey, you answered this question this way. One of the questions is, do you know anyone in the impact area? That could be an indicator that your mental health may suffer from this response because you know that someone you know is dealing with this traumatic event. And so that would be not a red flag, but that would be a flag for our team to reach out and say, hey, you said you know somebody that's been impacted, just want to talk about what that could look like for you, how you're going to handle that stress. And it's just another step that we take to ensure that we're setting our responders up for success when we think about a fit for a deployment. I mentioned an island deployment here. We also consider, have folks been successful on other operations of that same type? So if somebody has deployed to an island for an island operation, there's an island deployment roster that the Red Cross maintains for our volunteers. So we know if another island response happens, or when another island response happens, that person can probably, you know, do okay on that response, depending on how well they did on the last response. And that's just another way to track who our qualified folks are beyond just training. I talked a little bit about this already, just supervisors and leaders of people. Once somebody completes an assignment and we say, you know, hey, great job, maybe they get a couple recommendations for promotion, we then have additional technical training that they have to take. So we're not talking about just how do you set out cots, but how do you deal with complex personal issues that come up in shelters between shelter clients. How do you fill out the required forms to be the shelter supervisor? Do you know who those forms go to? We start doing additional technical, managerial, if you will, type training. And then we also do that leadership training. So we have a required training that's called Supervising the Disaster Workforce. And its entire purpose is for those supervisors, managers, and above to understand what it means to supervise others and how to do that well. And so we talk through, you know, a volunteer complaint process, how to deal with HR related issues that often come up on a disaster with our volunteer responders as well. Excuse me. So those are some of the things that we do internally at the Red Cross to make sure that as we are promoting volunteer leaders, that we're setting them up for success. So expectation setting pre-deployment is really, really important. Not only do they need to have the training to do the job, but we also have specific deployment related training of when you get a disaster assignment. Here are the things that you can expect. Here are the things that are not okay, you know, to spend Red Cross money on. Here's how we work with our rental car system and process. We just talk through some of those standard deployment processes and procedures to make sure that we can head off some of those questions or issues at the pass. There's also a lot of home region support. So if we had a response in Vermont and we were sending people from North Carolina to Vermont, that home region is responsible for doing a lot of communication and support ahead of time. So before we send out that North Carolina responder, we're saying, hey, here's what we know about the situation. Here's what we know based on your assignment. Here's where you're going to go. Here's where you're going to fly into. Here are some tips and tricks to be successful based on what we've heard. So every home region where a Red Crosser lives, when they're deploying out to another response, that home region is really responsible for giving them as much information as we have at the time to ensure that we're setting people up for success. It's really, really hard to just walk in the door. You know, every disaster is different, but if you have no idea where to go once you get off the plane, or, you know, how the conditions are, or how many shelters we have open, or, you know, the list goes on and on. If we haven't given you that good situational awareness before you leave, you're going to be at a higher level of anxiety than if we answer some of those questions up front. So that's a lesson learned and a best practice that we've dealt with over the years of really making sure if we put good information in a volunteer's hand before they leave home, they generally have a better deployment because their expectations have been set. Another big component for Red Cross volunteers is that they're not just sitting around like waiting for a big disaster to happen. Some are, but most are not. They have things to do every day here at home. And so when they deploy, that is one less person to respond to a house fire here. That is one less person to do recovery casework here. That's one less person to install smoke alarms here. And so one of the things that we really try and do is ensure that if a volunteer is committing to deploying outside of the region, that those local regional responsibilities are covered. And so that is one of the hardest conversations that you will ever have with a volunteer is to say, I know you want to deploy, but tell me who's going to cover your shift here tonight if you fly out tonight. And so we really try and ensure that if a volunteer is going to deploy, that they've got their home stuff covered as well. So when we talk about setting responders up for success, the Red Cross has gone above and beyond to build some really awesome systems and processes, and we have a lot of really phenomenal donors that have helped us do that over time. What you're seeing on the right-hand side of your screen is actually a screenshot from our mobile app, which is our Volunteer Connection app. That's how our volunteer management platform, that's the database we use to manage and communicate with our volunteers. But what we've done is we've added a disaster response feature. So if I were to get deployed to Vermont today, my assignment record would auto-populate in there, and you would see all the same things that all the little widgets that you're seeing on the screen. So I'm required to do a daily check-in to say, yes, I am assigned to this operation. I am still doing the job that I was assigned to do. If my job changed, what it changed to. I have to confirm my supervisor, and I have to confirm whether or not I'm working today. So it automatically tracks whether or not I'm on my day off to help with some of the hours tracking. Chris was talking about counting hours, capturing hours for that reimbursement process or the cost share process. This helps us do that better than ever before, because we now have the ability to say, oh yeah, Rebecca did work today. Rebecca worked for a total of 15 days while she was on the job and took 2 days off. Now we know those hours are accurate. It also tracks information like, where's my work assignment? So if I'm working in a shelter, it knows what shelter I'm supposed to be working at, who my supervisor is at that shelter, and also where my lodging is. So what hotel am I sleeping at? Or am I sleeping in a staff shelter? It's really been a helpful tool to improve and increase that volunteer experience so that we have better visibility not only on what our volunteers are doing, but we are pushing information to them and they have the ability to tell us if it's wrong, right? The last operation that I was on, my supervisor was wrong for 3 days in a row. And I kept typing in the little box that my supervisor is a different person. I finally had to go over to our staffing team and say, hey, are y'all seeing this? And they confirmed they were, but they couldn't figure out how to change it in the system. It was just a little glitch. But it gave me the ability to open the door and say, hey, I'm trying to fix this, but it's not populating somehow. And so that goes a long way to improving the volunteer experience, because one of the things that we've heard over time is, I don't know who my supervisor was. I never had a conversation with my supervisor on the operation. Well, if it tells you in this app every day and you have to confirm it every day, you probably know who your supervisor was. And so again, this has just really been a helpful tool for us to better track and manage our volunteers. We also have like pre-deployment checklists and materials that automatically go out when a responder is assigned, and that's what I'm going to talk about now. So the Red Cross, I mentioned Volunteer Connection, which is our volunteer management database. We have a standardized request, recruitment, and deployment process across the entire organization. So if we were to stand up an operation here in North Carolina today, and I knew that I needed an in-kind donations manager, so that log, IKD, MN, the first little thing you see, the first set of acronyms you see on the screen, if I knew I needed one, I would go through the request process, and this is what it would look like when it went up on our deployment board, essentially, that volunteers across the country would be assigned from. From there, every region has a team of volunteers. Some use employees as well, but they have a team of volunteers that monitor this deployment board on a regular basis. And so they then start to look through and say, oh, who do we have that is an in-kind donations manager in our region? And that's the process that we go through to ensure that we have qualified candidates who are available and then get assigned to an operation. This is a very, I don't want to say high tech, it's a very detailed process. It doesn't have to be this complicated, but it is important that you have a standardized recruitment process so that you know what you're asking for and you're going to get what you've asked for. The worst thing you can do is say, I need somebody to work in shelters. Well, do you need somebody to manage the shelter? Do you need somebody just to move cots around, to set up cots? What exactly do you need? So the more specificity here is always the best for us. We also have national support teams that are all volunteer led. So we have a virtual lodging team that is volunteers across the country, and anytime somebody gets assigned to an operation, they coordinate the lodging. They work directly with CLC, our corporate lodging partner, to book all of the hotel rooms for every operation across the country for the Red Cross. They also load our mission cards, which are they're basically a debit card, kind of like what we give to our home fire clients, but different. The same, only different. But they are loaded with a predetermined amount of money for that deployment operation, and that's all done by virtual teams at the national level as well. And then that health screening that I talked about already, the health and mental health folks, virtual teams that manage on the back end, the stuff that we don't get access to, they manage all of those processes for us. So at the regional level, all we have to do is say, I have an in-kind donations manager, they are available, I'm gonna hit the assign button, and I'm going to move them forward in the process. And then the big machine behind the scenes, just the wheels start turning, and they just keep turning until they're on the plane and they get to the response where the operation then takes over supporting those volunteers. This is just a screenshot of what that looks like. So they hit the fulfill staff request button, and then it tells them, oh, look, you have John, the screenshot here at the bottom. We switched from logistics now to sheltering because those were the screenshots available to me. But now you have John who is ready to go, and he agrees, and here are the qualifications, and so on and so forth. So you can see how that process starts to roll up and work. And then this is the piece where those national support teams will start to see information about where are they staging, do they have a mission card, are they also getting a mass care procurement card? So did we give them a second card in case they're going to a shelter and they need to buy things quickly, and how that process works. So then post-deployment, so fast forward, we deployed them, they got there, they had a great deployment, and now they've come home. So every volunteer, I think Daniel talked about it with debriefing earlier, anytime a volunteer comes back from a deployment, we debrief with them. We have to have that conversation around, how did your deployment go? What did you learn? You know, was it new, different, scary somehow? And that is so important because you never know, one, truly what a volunteer or any workforce member that's been assigned, you don't know what they've experienced until you ask them, because a lot of times they won't talk much about it. But two, a lot of our best practices, a lot of our lessons learned have come out of those debriefing conversations when we're just able to say, did you see something cool that maybe you'd want to do here? And if the answer is yes, let's talk about it. Each responder that is assigned to an operation gets a performance review. Again, this is another standardized process for us. Every performance review asks the same questions, but it's really, really important because it helps us understand, is that responder ready to be promoted into a supervisory role? Or did they have a bad experience and we need to go back and do some additional coaching or training? It's a documented way for us to understand that full picture of what their response looked like, what their deployment looked like. And then from there, we always use it as an opportunity to develop a plan. So what are we going to do to support them? If their evaluation said, they're phenomenal, they're the best thing since sliced bread, you should promote them into leadership today, what's that plan look like? How do we make sure we do that, but in a way that's going to set them up for success? And so here is an example of what a performance evaluation looks like. So this is one of mine. I didn't have screenshots of this from anybody else, so now y'all get to know how I did on my deployment to Puerto Rico. But so the first things that it talks about are the work requirements. Did I fulfill my role as I was intended? Did I exercise my appropriate level of leadership and authority? Some of the other questions that it asks are really just, did they understand what their job was? Did they do what their job was? Or did they, get out of bounds? The next talks about interpersonal skills. So the Red Cross, our values, we call them the 5 C's, but every person gets rated on those things. So were they collaborative? Were they creative? Were they committed to the mission? And if not, let's have some time to talk about why. How could they have improved? If they're a supervisor, then they have to fill out that supervisory performance. Again, going back to just because you're a technical expert doesn't mean you're necessarily a good leader of people. And so ensuring that we don't conflate the two and mix that up and really be able to say, okay, they were able to get to yes, but they didn't know how to incorporate unaffiliated volunteers. Well, that's a growth opportunity. That's great feedback that we can then take and build for the next time. And then the last part of that volunteer performance evaluation is also a narrative. So that's where the supervisor gets to say, and I blanked out my supervisor's name to protect the innocent, but it's their opportunity to say, you know, this is what happened, this is what they did well, this is where they can improve, and have more of a conversation than just check boxes. One of the things that we've really trained our teams on is not to put in the notes, Rebecca was great, I loved having her, can't wait to see her on the next one. Well, that doesn't help me develop at all as a person, as a responder. And so we have coached for quite a few years now on how to fill out these evaluations to provide meaningful feedback. You can also see where it says, hey, if they need to take additional training or any additional experience. Sometimes we have great responders who just need to deploy a few more times before we want to recommend a promotion. And so we may say they would do really well in this role, but they need 1 or 2 more deployments here to fully understand. And so we try and really capture all of those things in this performance evaluation, because this then lives in that volunteer management database. So if I were to go into Volunteer Connection and look at all the operations I've been assigned to, you could see all of my performance evaluations from over the years. So I could get a snapshot then for where I've been successful, where I've needed to grow, what roles I've filled, to then be able to support my growth and development over time. So really, again, I mentioned at the beginning, the disclaimer here was that a lot of our systems and processes are overly complex for a lot of our other partners. The best practices that are true and consistent across the board, have consistent training. Make sure that whatever you are training people to do, you are training everyone who is going to do that job the same way. If we train people different ways, you're going to get different results. The next, expectation setting. If we don't tell people what it is they're going to be doing, how they're going to be doing it, some of the conditions they may be going into, how people may respond to them, good, bad, or indifferent, then we're not doing a good job of ensuring that they have a successful opportunity. So we've got to set expectations across the board when it comes to affiliated volunteers. We've also got to give that real-time feedback and coaching. Hey, I love that, you just did X. It would be even better if next time you did Y, and here's the reason behind that. It's really important that if we're going to say volunteers are the heart of our mission, that we've got to be able to give them the skills to be successful and live the mission. So that's where real-time feedback is critical. Talked about debriefing and next steps. If I go out on a deployment and I come back and I'm super jazzed because somebody told me that I should promote to some other role, but then nobody in my home region talks to me about that, I'm not going to feel good about it. I'm not going to feel like I know what my next steps are. Am I going to get to be promoted and deploy in that opportunity next time? Or am I stuck in this other role forever? So it's really important that we create that space to have the debrief, to talk about what their next steps are. And then the last thing is say thank you. Daniel also talked about what brings people to our mission, our organization's a disaster response. A lot of times they want to serve. It's their community. They are somehow tied to service in some way. And so they want to fulfill that personal need to help others. And so it's really important that we honor and appreciate those volunteers. So with that, I'm happy to answer questions. I told you, Luz, that I would not take an hour. What questions can I answer?
Any questions? Let's see.
Oh yeah, I can't see the...
Yeah, I don't see any questions. No questions. Let me
Oh yeah, I will let you do the things.
It's fine.
Rebecca, do you guys utilize spontaneous volunteers? And
We do.
How do you do that?
Yeah, so I wasn't going to talk at all about unaffiliated or spontaneous volunteers because Tom's going to talk about that next.
Yes.
But yeah, the Red Cross does engage spontaneous volunteers. We call them event-based volunteers. But what we will do is we have a special process that we turn on for those volunteers that may be interested in volunteering. They do a quick application, they go through a quick background check, and then we essentially have shifts set up and we say, hey, you can work at any of these locations for any of these dates or times, sign up here. And then that's the way that we now manage that process.
Rebecca, I didn't hear you speaking about that system, the volunteer
Connection.
system connections.
Yeah.
Can you speak a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. So it is our volunteer management platform. And so every volunteer that is affiliated with the American Red Cross, employees included, are in that system. If you want to become a Red Cross volunteer, you have to do an application, you have to get a background check, and all of that information lives in Volunteer Connection. It's how we communicate with our volunteers, it's how we know who is trained to do what, that's where we track our training, that's how we deploy people. It is the management system that we use when it comes to anything related to our volunteers.
Can organizations use it?
So it's not a platform that we can just give to another organization to use. It was built specifically for the Red Cross with a donor. It's actually their in-kind gift to us, and so we are very grateful for it. But what we can do is when an organization says, I want to partner with the Red Cross, I want to help extend the Red Cross mission, I want to act on behalf of the Red Cross when a disaster comes to my community, then what we can often do is set up a partner relationship in Volunteer Connection and have those volunteers sign up with us. So they're still affiliated as Red Cross volunteers, but a good example would be like the NAACP. We have a national relationship with them. Anytime a disaster happens anywhere across the country, we try and engage our NAACP partners. They may say, yes, we are willing to help give out supplies. So we will say, great, you're already a Red Cross partner. Let's go forth and do good things, and we'll get them signed up to go on that disaster response. But that's one way that we use it with partners.
Okay. Any other questions? We got another one?
Yeah.
For that transition to the more detailed volunteer review process that you had, what feedback have you gotten both from kind of the supervisors of having more time? It's a lot harder to write that kind of review as opposed to she was great. And then on the volunteer side, having it be more like a job review as opposed to a volunteer review. On those two sides, what kind of feedback have you got?
Can we reinstate the
Oh
question?
yeah, so the question for the group was when we talk about the work performance evaluation, knowing that we've tried to deepen that process to make it more detailed, what kind of feedback have we gotten from the supervisor perspective and then also from the worker perspective? So from the supervisor perspective, it takes more time. And so that's always the thing. People say like, oh, I'll do it on my day off, or I'll do it when I get home. And so we always have to say like, no, please do it before you leave, because the minute you get on the plane to go home, like you're not going to do it. It never happens. And so we've had to really reinforce, like, please take the time, do it before you leave. It's important. Where we struggle is when we don't get the worker to supervisor information correctly, and the supervisor has people listed to do evaluations for it that they never supervised. That's when it really gets tricky, and that's where we have a hard time always getting people the right evaluation, or any evaluation, if that information isn't corrected. So that's always kind of a tricky thing for us in the system. But really the supervisors, the only complaint is that it takes a bit longer to do it, but that's when we reinforce, hey, you wanted to be a leader of people, this is part of that requirement, and usually it's not a big concern. On the worker side of things, they really enjoy, for the most part, getting that detailed feedback, because most of our volunteers really are committed to the mission and really want to do their job well. And so when we have the real time, especially if it's critical, if we have the real time conversation to say, hey, I need you to adjust here, I need you to adjust here, and then at the end of the process, they get review, they know why. They know, hey, we had these conversations. I asked you to change these things. These were, corrections along the way. And so, it's really been, for most people, a pleasant experience. Of course, there are always the outliers where somebody will say, my supervisor was terrible. They didn't know what they were doing. They didn't like me. There are always those, more HR related concerns that we have that we'll work through with our volunteers on. One of the future things that we have talked about is what's called a 360 review. So the worker also gets to evaluate their supervisor. We're not there yet, but that's something that we hope in the future we would be able to do to give that more 360-degree picture of what that experience was like for both the supervisor and the worker. Did that help?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
I chair the emotional and spiritual care committee for VOAD. So is your psychological first aid class available now?
Yeah, so the question was, it's Anne that chairs the emotional support committee for VOAD, and the question was, is our psychological first aid training available now? And so the short answer is yes. A little bit longer answer is yes, and we now have the ability to do it in person, virtually, or online. We do have a web-based option now. As I say, with any external partner, we really prefer to either do it in person or virtual instructor led, because when we just give you the link to take the training, it's very Red Cross specific and you don't get the nuance for being an outside partner for taking that training. Yeah. And I don't see any other questions in the chat, so I think we're good, Liz.
Let me check.
It doesn't look like there's
No?
anything else. I mean, I didn't scroll up. So.
Virtually, does anybody have any questions? Okay, doesn't look like. Okay, so we are ahead of schedule.
Thank you.
Yay. Thank you, Rebecca, for that great presentation. And next, we have Tom Beam, and it's Beam with the M, not with the N. I know in the agenda that I sent a couple of days ago, I had a typo with, instead of an M, it was an N. Thank you for letting me know, Tom. And he is going to be speaking today. He is with Baptist on Mission, and he is going to be speaking today about unaffiliated, untrained volunteer management. And we're going to pull the, let's see, the presentation. If you bear with me. Here we go. Did it open? Where is the device? This is it, right?
Well, there's one in here too, so let's go
Okay.
let's just go here real fast. Let's put in this right here, and then right there. I don't want to update. So there you go.
Okay.
So I don't know if it's presenting.
Can y'all see the PowerPoint presentation? Those who are attending virtually?
Got it.
Yes. Okay, wonderful. Let me pull the presentation up again. There you go. And take it on.
Thank you. Well, it's good to be with you all. Like Lou said, I'm Tom Beam. I'm the Disaster Relief Director for North Carolina Baptist Disaster Relief. And a lot of the things that you have already heard today are very much related to how we deal with unaffiliated, untrained, and spontaneous volunteers. And for our perspective, there's a lot of things that have to take place before we accept untrained, unaffiliated or those volunteers who want to just show up and help. And part of that is, just like you heard Rebecca say, training. We have to know as an organization what we are doing, when we can do it, how we can do it, how much or how little we can do before we accept any of those unaffiliated, untrained, spontaneous volunteers. So it's important to us that in everything that we do, we train all of our volunteers first. And so I would think that would be important for every organization that is wanting to use those spontaneous or untrained. And the reason I say all three of them is, to me, there are differences in how you deal with those who come with maybe your trained volunteers but are untrained. Those who, for us, we're a Baptist religious organization. So if someone comes to us that's unaffiliated with Baptist religious, then we deal with them a little bit differently. And then those that just show up, we deal with them differently. So those three things, you have nuances with those three things. I'm just scrolling through some of the different things that we train our volunteers in, and then you're going to see a list in just a minute. But it goes to show you that every organization has some type of training that they need to do, and they need to make sure that their volunteers are trained appropriately, and the same across the board, just as you've already heard, that they're trained across the board, so that when you have these volunteers that you're not expecting show up, then you're able to put them to work. For us, let me get to that list. So for us, these are all the different ways that we train our volunteers. And if you will look at that list, just like any organization, whatever you train your volunteers in, there are some things in your organization that you can use the untrained, unaffiliated, spontaneous volunteer. And then there are some things in your organization that you are not able to use those classifications of volunteers. For instance, for us, let's use forklift as an example. If we don't know that you have forklift experience, and we don't know that you have some kind of credential with forklift, we're not going to put you on a forklift. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But if you are not trained in swift water rescue, guess what? We are not going to put you on that boat. Because first of all, the state of North Carolina would not like that. And any other state that we are partnering with to do that would not like that if we put untrained people in those places. So there's some of those things that we know as an organization that we are not going to allow those untrained, unaffiliated volunteers. But there are some things that we know that we can. And we go back to training. If we've trained our volunteers correctly, if we've done the training the way that we do, and we have 5 major trainings a year across the state of North Carolina. So if we train our volunteers correctly, then it is easier to integrate those people who just show up, or maybe an untrained person. We are all about using people when they want to serve. We are all about that. We expect those people who are unaffiliated. I'm going to stop using all 3 terms because that's going to add to my less time, and I want to finish early since Rebecca did. So
You can take your time.
oh, okay. So for those volunteers, we have certain expectations, and those expectations are that you are able to fall into one of those places where we can use your help, because we know that you have a desire to serve. The other thing is they have to have a background check, because there are always children around, and there are always people of different genders around. And because of just those 2 things, we require background checks for all of our people that are on site for us. We have a way to where we can do a quick turnaround background check, but we still require that. So saying all of that is there has to be somebody in your organization on site that if you allow untrained volunteers or spontaneous volunteers, you've got to have someone that's managing that. And if you're not able to provide someone to manage that, then you have just opened yourself up to liability from those people that just show up because you've not trained them, you don't know them, they don't have your badge or whatever credentials you provide. And so for us, those volunteers have to agree to background checks. They have to agree not to say or do anything against our policies or our purpose. They have to agree not to overstep or understep. So there are certain things that we have in place, and if, as an organization, you need to put those things in place based on the size and scope of what you do. I can't sit up here and tell you that everything will go exactly the way we do it for your organization, because we're a large operation in North Carolina. But some nonprofits and VOADs, they are very small, 5 or 10 people. And so you're going to treat that differently than the way we do. But first and foremost, we're training all of our volunteers the same way first. And so here's some questions that we think are extremely important dealing with volunteers like we were talking about. How do we manage them? So going back to the other list, we know which of our ministry, we call these ministries, we know which ones of these untrained volunteers can help with. Recovery, that's a big one. We're not going to put a chainsaw in your hand, but you can clean up yards, you can drag limbs. We're not going to put a drywall cutter in your hand to cut the drywall up so far after a flood, but you can certainly pull it out after it's been cut out. You can certainly be trained real quickly on how to pull out insulation that's wet. And we do provide all of the PPE and all of those kinds of things. So there are certain things in recovery that we can train you to do. We're not going to put you in our trucks or our vehicles, but we might use you in our shower laundry. Because if you know how to fold clothes from washing clothes for community, then you might be able to volunteer that way. You might be able to volunteer on our feeding team, not preparing the meals, not even opening the cans, but from when the forklift drops the pallet of food to where the food is then moved to where it's getting ready to be prepared. We will need volunteers. They're just moving cans all day to where they start. So we can train anything we can train someone within seconds to a minute. We will allow them to do, even if they're unaffiliated, untrained, or spontaneous. And we also know how many people of those we need. And so as an organization, you need to know that. Another question that we're going to ask is, what are the expectations of work needed? And I just talked a little bit about that. The paperwork that's required. We have right now, just to give you an example, we've got work going on in Vermont, in the town of Rutland, Vermont. And we've started having volunteers sign up to go. And so if a team leader signs up and says, we want to go do recovery work, that team leader gets an email from us, and it gives them instructions, and it gives a packet of information. It's just a simple email with an attachment. But they sign up online through our website and those kinds of things. And so once that team leader gets that information in there, it talks about, are you trained or are you not trained? And so we know when people come to our operation who is trained and who's not trained. So then we know that when we start assigning them a job, we know what jobs we have for trained people and which jobs we have for untrained people. And we would do the same thing if someone just showed up on site. Now, when you get into the background checks, a volunteer, if they just show up and we don't have any record of a background check, then we can't just send them out or put them on any kind of work. We have to be at the mercy of the length of time it takes for that background check to clear. And then we have to be willing as an organization, if a background check doesn't clear or doesn't, sometimes it might show up just a driving infraction. Well, if we're not putting them in a vehicle, then we will still let them serve. But there are some things that might show up that we're not able to. Then we have to have the ability to say, I'm sorry, but based on your background check, you have to leave. So there are things you need to put in place before we ever deploy anywhere. There are things that we all have to do. So if you're not ready, if a hurricane hits North Carolina this fall and you don't know anything about what you would do with untrained, unaffiliated, or spontaneous volunteers, and you are operating some kind of whatever it is, and you're not prepared, then when someone comes up to ask you to serve, if it's just 1 or 2 people and you can help them serve, then you do that. But if it's 15 and you don't have the capacity, or you don't know what your policies are, or you don't know what your process is, then it is better for you to say no right there and send them on their way to somewhere else. And in our litigious and social media frenzied culture now, those untrained, unaffiliated, spontaneous volunteers, that is just an added layer to what we do as organizations that make it much more difficult to deal with that type of volunteer. It doesn't mean we don't, we just have to think differently now because of that. So that paperwork, background check, housing, that's a toughie. Because we had 3 people show up to our Vermont site yesterday and they wanted to spend 4 days working. That would be great. We have the work for them to do, but guess what? We don't have the bed space where we are. So we don't have, and we don't have the capacity to find bed space for them. We don't have the money to find bed space for them. So either they can commute and work out their own housing, or they cannot work with us. But that's things that we have put in place before we ever got there. So that's things that our leaders already know. The same thing about meals. Now, meals are a little bit easier because depending on the deployment and depending on who's providing the meals for our volunteers, or if it's mass feeding operation, Red Cross Salvation Army provide food product for us to cook numerous times. Red Cross is doing the same thing in Vermont right now. Then we have food product that we can feed our volunteers, but we could also call the Red Cross representative and we could say, hey, we've got a few extra. Is it okay if we use some of this food for that? And they're always going to say yes. Salvation Army is always going to say yes. Yes, excuse me. So those housing and meals, that's just really, really important for you to know what you can do before you allow those spontaneous volunteers. And then PPE. What is it that we have that we can provide, and what is it that if you were trained and you were communicated with ahead of time, people bring? Gloves, hammers, their recovery trailers, masks, goggles, Tyvek suits. We provide a lot of that, but if we have an overrun of those people we don't know that are coming, then that might in itself limit on how many volunteers we can serve. And you have to be willing to say no. That's a tough one, especially when all of our organizations, our goal is to serve people and help them in many times their greatest time of need. So we have to be willing to say no. But that, once again, is something that you've got in place before you ever get to a time to where you're using those volunteers. You've got to have very clear expectations with those who are trained and those kinds of things. Now I want to go back, wrong way. I want to go back to this list right here. You see the word crew chief there. A crew chief for us is someone that we have trained to be a crew chief, and they could be a crew chief in any number of those places, but that's that person that just shows up, and they're probably not showing up with a team, but we've got them in place so when we have those unaffiliated volunteers, that crew chief can manage that group of people. So let's say 10 people show up on our site. We're able to get them all in recovery work. We've got a crew chief we've got one on site in Vermont right now. So if people who show up that want to help can, and they're willing to get mud all over them, because that's what's going to happen in Vermont. I say Vermont a lot, but that's where I am right now. Well, I will be at 11:30 tonight. That's where I'll be. So that crew chief, his or her job is to manage those people who we don't know what their skills are, or they just showed up. That person can take them to a site or to a whatever event within that disaster, then they can guide them. They're the ones who are going to train them how to do whatever. A lot of times that might be a youth group that's come from a church. A lot of times those youth are not going to know what it means to rip out insulation, but very quickly that crew chief has been trained to deal with those people who either don't know how to do anything or those that just show up wanting to serve. So back to what I've already said, you've got to make sure that you have this plan in place before you ever get on a disaster site. And if you don't, then I would recommend not doing that. Other things like this list, childcare, we're probably not going to have someone we don't know work with children. Communications, that's dealing with satellite dishes and internet, Wi-Fi, cell phones, those kinds of things. If you come up and say that I work for one of the cellular companies and this is what you deal with, then we're gonna check you out and then let you help do some of that kind of stuff. So it really depends on your skills as well. The other thing I would say is it is a lot of work to deal with people who just show up. It's a lot of work. And like I say, we have 1 or 2 people that help manage that. We don't always have lots of people show up because most of the time in the things that we're doing and most of the VOAD partners are doing, the cameras are not there. The cameras are where Red Cross is. And even if Red Cross is providing the food product for us, they don't always show up to our site. Now, sometimes we have politicians show up and sometimes we have presidents show up. That's another whole layer of difficulty, a real big layer of difficulty. But very rarely do the cameras point always to our organization. And so usually where the cameras are saying there's need, that's where the volunteers and the donations are in need. But just like you heard earlier, when you have donations management, you don't want to have a disaster within the disaster. Same thing with volunteers. Volunteers could very easily create a disaster within the disaster. And we just need to pay attention to that. All right, so questions? I told you it would go fast.
That was really fast.
Well, I'm happy to talk more about, if there's specific questions about unaffiliated, but, main thing is you got to know what you're going to do with them before you ever show up on a disaster site or whatever it is you're doing. Yes, sir.
Tom, I'll ask it and I'll flip with the other partners that have gone or are in the room that have y'all worked with VRCs in the past to accept volunteers, either background checked or not, and if not, does that usually happen at a VRC or could it happen, I guess?
Yeah, it could happen. We do everything in-house for any volunteer that shows up for us because that's if I understand your question correctly, that is the only way we can control our own liability. So if someone comes and says, I did a background check somewhere, blah, 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 we're still going to run one because we can't verify, usually we can't verify that background check. We get a lot of, why do I have to do a background check for y'all? I can just send you the result from my work. Well, a lot of times work won't send a background check to another organization. So we just have to do that. And if that so I don't know what others want to say about that.
Well, and the mics up top are on, so just speak up. They should hear us.
With the United Methodist Church, if we have used this. We did no background checks, that was 99, a long time ago. But we do more background checks now, and I foresee that in the next disaster, we will do even more. But the first volunteers that we send out are early response team trained volunteers that have been UMCOR certified, which includes a background check. And then quickly we revert to ERT-led teams so that the ERT team leader knows who these people are. It is my guess that after discussing this, we will very likely do background checks for everybody who comes through, though we have not done that in the past.
So then for the Red Cross, yes, we have worked in BRCs before, and we're not against them, and we'll continue to support them. We just don't always use them on every response. If there's an overwhelming response from the community of people wanting to come out and to support a disaster that's just impacted their community, then we will either be present in another organization's VRC if they're the one establishing it and welcoming other nonprofits in, or occasionally we'll set up our own volunteer recruitment kind of processing center for those event-based volunteers, what we call event-based, spontaneous, unaffiliated, untrained, all of those things. Event-based volunteers. We have moved in the last several years to always getting a background check for event-based volunteers. People that say they may, be able to commit to multiple days, things like that. And one of the big driving factors for us is, of course, safety of the folks that we're supporting, but also we give out money. And so we have to make sure that in the background check, we're checking for the normal stuff, but also potential, indicators of fraud or embezzlement or any of those other things that we have to be sensitive to since we're giving away money. What we have also started to do is work more as a community mobilizer so that we don't necessarily have to say, oh, you want to come and hand out supplies tomorrow, you must go through this process and get a background check just to put a cleanup kit in somebody's trunk. What we'll try and do in those scenarios is say, oh, you are a part of the high school football team and y'all want to lift heavy things and feel like you're engaged in the community, great, come over here, lift heavy things, stay in this general area and do good work, feel a part of the mission. So we're trying to find that balance between saying, if you want to be engaged in the process, you must have a background check or the Red Cross doesn't want you. We're trying to find the right places for those folks to be able to give them that experience of serving their community. And then on the other hand is, if you want to work in a shelter, if you want to do some of these other things, you absolutely have to have a background check, and we're still not going to give you the ability to hand out money to a client or to be alone in a dormitory or any of those other concerning situations.
And for me to capitalize on what you said, if there are situations like that, then that's why it's important for us to have that person or a couple people on site that they're managing whatever of those unaffiliated volunteers that come, because it might be, if there's a large crowd of 70 people, especially in a mass feeding operation where we have 70 volunteers that are there running that kitchen, then if there's a lot of people around and you can put in 2 or 3 that are helping just move food to wherever, then we're going to try to get a background check, but it's not as critical. And we know that background checks are just such a really small part of your overall liability reducing kind of activities. We know that, but we know too that we're not going to keep from getting potentially sued or whatever. We just have to do things to lessen the liability. And so we would consider, especially if it's a youth group or a football team or whatever, we're still going to run those background checks, but if they don't come back as quickly, we still might put them somewhere to serve, but they're But they're where there's lots and lots of people around. There would never be any. And then we've got that person that's managing, or those two people, or whatever, managing that. So, yeah.
What are the biggest challenges that you say you encounter with unaffiliated volunteers?
That they show up. I say that, I say that, but I say that, I tried to make a joke there. I hope nobody was offended that. But when you have a large operation of thousands of trained volunteers, it makes it more difficult to infiltrate those unaffiliated, because you've got your volunteers who want to serve and who are willing to serve and who are spending their own money to go serve. And so it's much more difficult to integrate them in many ways, but it also sometimes make it easier to do that. When we were in Florida last year, I don't know, we probably had 10 volunteers a day that just wrote up and said, we see that y'all are doing this, so we want to help. 2 young boys across the street, young teenagers, their dad gave them permission to come over. They just had a great experience serving and working. The church appreciated, we were at a church. The church appreciated that because they had been trying to reach out to that family because they had some needs that they knew about. And so for us, it was a perfect pairing for that family of teenage boys to be involved in that work. We had a young man ride his bicycle, come in off the street and say, I want to serve. We had to do a background check on him. We did. It came back very clear. And he ended up just serving in 3 or 4 different things that day. And our volunteers just really took them under their wing. So there are some really good things that happen when you have people. And let me say, when you are a religious nonprofit and your goal is to help people, but also to share Christ, I hope I can say that. But when that's your goal, I don't mean proselytize and require people to accept any kind of higher power before we help them. I'm not saying that. We help everybody no matter what. But when you are a religious organization and your goal is to not only serve the people that you're serving, but also to serve your volunteers and to serve the people that show up, then those unaffiliated, spontaneous volunteers really do add a great mix to what we're trying to do in our organization many, many times. And so, but it is difficult because you've got to find a way to manage it, and you've got to have a way to where you find things for them to do when you don't know what they're trained in. So.
One thing that I'll add that you mentioned as a consideration, like with housing and things like that, the Red Cross has defined event-based volunteers as people who live within 50 miles of a response, because we are not going to house unaffiliated volunteers or event-based volunteers. So I would say that's a consideration for the group, is kind of define your parameters.
That's right.
Because then you don't have to, if somebody shows up from Wisconsin, I'm sorry, this is a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, we do not house anyone that just shows up, because now if they're unaffiliated but they came through our system and we've done everything we should, then we would assign them housing because they've come through our system and they've got our packet, they've communicated. Usually those are with people who are already our trained volunteers, and they're just bringing people with them that, let me say untrained would be more precise about that. So we would house people like that, but if they just show up off the street to help, then no, because our bed space is at a premium, especially when it's a disaster that we've got to house our volunteers to do what we're being asked to do. Yes, sir.
Do you have this is a little bit off topic, but do you have a process for the unaffiliated, more so the unaffiliated, spontaneous volunteers showing up, sharing some kind of donation, financial donation ask with them, as opposed to just showing up where people are showing up to give their time, but at any point of the relationship, is there any kind of financial ask for a donation that's...
You mean an ask from us to them? No. No, we never ask any volunteers for any kind of financial, whether it's untrained, unaffiliated, spontaneous. We never ask. We oftentimes have people drive up and say, I see the good work you're doing, so here's a donation. But no, we do not ask, especially right after disaster. Now, when we move into rebuild, which is really off topic here, but we're very involved in rebuild, then we will say to our volunteers, we know you're volunteering your time, but us preparing 3 meals a day and providing you lodging with insurance is a very expensive thing. So we ask you to give us $10 a day, so that at least covers part of the food that we need to prepare for them. But other than that, we don't ask any financial anything from anyone. We let Red Cross and Salvation Army pay for that food that we're feeding them. Thank you very much. Yeah. Were
Any
there,
other questions?
I can't see the chat, so
All
are
right,
there
let me check. I don't
questions?
see, I haven't seen any questions, but let me just check.
Now, I know that it seems like I didn't take much time, but remember Rebecca finished early, so I started early, so.
Took part of my
I took
Blame
part
it
of
on
her
Rebecca.
time.
Does anyone has any questions in the chat or virtual attendance? I don't see anyone. No.
Okay.
Okay, so we are way ahead of time. Our next presenters aren't going to be logging in until like 3 p.m. So we restart again at 3. Let's give time for those who are attending in person to network and talk among each other, because I don't think we have had that much time to do that. So we are going to be resuming back at 3 o'clock. Thank you. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and resume. Our AmeriCorps presenters are on the line. And so let me make sure that people here are paying attention because they are so involved in their networking conversations. Mr. Chris, we're about to start. So we can solve world peace later. Okay, so we do have Stephanie Chan from AmeriCorps and Katrina French from Disaster Services, AmeriCorps Disaster Services. She's a disaster services specialist. They're on the line and they're here today to speak about AmeriCorps and volunteerism. Thank you, Katrina. Let me see. I believe I need to give you access to as a host for you to share your screen. Is that correct? Or are you able to share?
So, give access to Stephanie. She's going to run the slide deck for us.
Got it. Stephanie, can you try to share? Hi, can you try to share? Let me stop sharing so you can share your screen.
Great. Let me know if you guys can see it.
We can definitely see it. Yes. Well,
Perfect.
no, let me see. No, cannot see it. Let me see.
The North Carolina Baptist.
Let's see. No, so you are sharing your screen. Can you share again?
Yes, hold on.
It's been a long day and we have had a couple of technical difficulties.
When you're doing blended training, there's always a couple of things that go a little wonky.
But
Okay,
listen,
let me know when it shows up.
here you go. Okay, we can see it.
Awesome.
Yeah. Okay. Take it away.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for letting us beam into your training. Let me turn off my alarm that I had set just to be on the safe side so I didn't miss today. My name's Katrina French, and I'm a disaster services specialist with the AmeriCorps Disaster Services Unit. I've been in this role for almost 12 years now, which is hard to believe. And I've heard that you guys have had some really good conversation today. I'm joined with Stephanie Chan from our AmeriCorps NCCC Southern Region. Stephanie, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi everybody. My name is Stephanie Chan. I'm an assistant program director with AmeriCorps NCCC, which is basically like a project coordinator. I've been in this role for just over 10 years. So had a great chance to work with a lot of folks across North Carolina, and I'm really excited to present to y'all today.
Thanks. All right, let's go ahead into the next slide. So I know you guys have been at this all day today, but it's always a good idea to just a reminder for those of you who are joining virtually, please keep yourself on mute unless you need to ask a question. Then you can just pop up your digital hand. If we've got questions in the room, Luce, if you can let us know, we can pause for that. You can use the chat function to interact and ask questions, and video participation is welcome but not required. And then I think this is recording, but I'm going to let Luce tell us if that's true or not. And we'll go ahead and get started with our formal presentation. Next slide, please. So there we go. So Hurricane Florence made landfall in the morning of September 14th in 2018. It brought 30 inches of rain and 100-mile-per-hour winds and record river flooding. This storm shattered rainfall records for a single storm that affected multiple states and was a pretty large indicator of a storm. It was also one of the very first large storms of the 2018 hurricane season, which was very helpful for North Carolina. So today, Stephanie and I are going to talk about how AmeriCorps responded and provided support to North Carolina from Hurricane Florence. And we're going to talk about how that can happen for future disasters as well. But we're going to take the approach of Hurricane Florence to share that information with you. Go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So like every good story, there's usually 3 parts. So we're going to talk about the first portion is going to be the prequel. So this is going to be information about our pre-landfall communication, coordination, and collaboration that happened as the storm was approaching and immediately after the storm had impacted. Then we're going to talk about the response, so how AmeriCorps programs and FEMA mission assignments was an integral part to that disaster response. And then we're going to hand it over to Stephanie, who's going to talk about the long-term recovery aspect and how NCCC has been a huge support to the state in the last several years. Next slide, please. But before we get to the story, I want to tell you a little bit more about the Disaster Services Unit and what it is that I and my team do. So the AmeriCorps Disaster Services Unit is the agency's lead for disaster services, and one of our big roles is to make sure that the agency is maintained as a leader in disaster services among federal partners. We help increase the capacity of communities to prepare for, mitigate, respond to, and recover from disasters using our agency programs and assets. We're committed to building communities. We're committed to helping communities build their resistance and meeting them where they're at. We know that there's a lot of great resources and assets that already exist in disaster affected communities. So our job isn't to overtake those or replace them, but to augment them and to augment your programs to make sure that you're getting as most as you can to help disaster survivors. We are not a first responder agency, which means you're not going to find our people out there doing search and rescue. And unfortunately, that also means we're probably not going to be the first people out of the gate. We really want to make sure that first responders have the opportunity to do what they need to do, that search and rescue has the opportunity to do what you need to do. And we like to think of ourselves as the 1.5 responders. We're more on the life-sustaining side and less on the life-saving side. We're also supporting agency in the National Response Framework and National Disaster Recovery Framework. So if you're interested in policy, highly recommend that you go take a look at those. This picture is actually our first wave of deployed members to Hurricane Florence. And on the far left-hand side, the gentleman in the black shirt, the baseball cap, that's Luke Weigel. This was his very first mission assignment to manage as part of the Disaster Services Unit. Next slide, please. So really, the Disaster Services Unit has 3 buckets. We coordinate the disaster services strategy, which means we are responsible for the framework and maintaining that, and making sure that stays up to date. And that framework is really important to helping all parts of the agency understand what their roles and their responsibilities are so that we're working together as a collective team. As you can imagine, a large organization with as many prongs as we have, it can get pretty easy to overlap and duplicate. So we have that. But that also means that we are working strategically with our national and federal partners, such as FEMA, National VOAD, America's Service Commission, and a whole host of other faith-based and nonprofit organizations that respond nationally. When disaster happens, this is the only time we become operational. So we have this response operational command and coordination. And so at the very beginning of this, we're coordinating, we're figuring out what's needed, we're figuring out if our people can be an asset and a support to responding organizations in the disaster affected community itself. And then once we decide if there is an opportunity for us to engage with more deeply into that response, especially for federally declared disasters, FEMA can issue us a FEMA mission assignment at the state's request to come in and support underserved individuals, families, and communities, VOAD member organizations, VOAD, and other partners that are stepping into that early response piece. Then our last bucket is training and technical assistance. And while it might be the last, it's probably the thing that we do the most of outside of disaster response operations. So this looks anything from very informal, give us a call if you've got a question. We're happy to have those conversations, but also helping you navigate our complex programs. We know that there's 3 different kinds of AmeriCorps programs. There's 3 different kinds of AmeriCorps senior programs, and they all come in through very, very different offices and gateways. We don't expect you to understand or remember what each program is really good at. And we don't expect you to understand which person you need to go to for what. So the disaster services unit is a lot like the round toy in the Tinker toy set that connects all the other pieces. So if you ever think that you could use some assistance from AmeriCorps, it might be a good place to engage with AmeriCorps or partner with us. All you have to remember is to reach out to the disaster services unit and we'll get you to the right people. That also means that we spend a lot of time working with our state service commissions, helping them integrate into disaster services and the emergency management landscape within their states. And we do a lot of training. So presentations like this are pretty common for us, but we also offer several online courses, which we'll talk a little bit about at the end. And we have a couple of in-classroom training packages that we're happy to share with anybody who is interested. These aren't things that we go out and teach, but we provide you the facilitator's guide, PowerPoint, participants guide, all of the stuff that goes along with that content. And we're constantly working on bringing new trainings and improving our existing trainings. Next slide, please. All right, so these are all of the assets in the AmeriCorps umbrella that can assist during preparedness, readiness, response, and recovery. So I'm going to start on the far right side. FEMA Corps is a unit of AmeriCorps and CCC. We're not actually going to talk a whole lot about FEMA Corps today because they're really capacity builders for FEMA. So it's not really something that your VOAD member organizations or volunteer organizations are probably going to get a chance to directly utilize, although that sometimes does happen through FEMA, particularly in the preparedness space, looking at like shelter assessments and that kind of stuff. So you might see FEMA Corps or even work with FEMA Corps, but you're going to be working with them in a similar way that you would be working with FEMA staff. AmeriCorps Seniors, we've got 3 programs in the AmeriCorps Seniors portfolio. The most active in disaster services is our Retired Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP. And this is a program for Americans 55 and older. And they have routine host sites, and they can pretty much do anything. They can go out and work with Habitat for Humanity. They can also go support the local emergency operations center and answer phones. A lot of times in disaster, they are supporting call lines like 211 or crisis cleanup, helping out at donations management warehouses, sorting donations, folding, packaging, that kind of thing. But they also can do direct services. Really, the sky's the limit with them. AmeriCorps Vista, while not a disaster response asset, is really great in the preparedness, resilience, and recovery space. They have a specific document that guides all the work that a Vista member needs to do for a year. So unfortunately, we can't use them very well for response because we don't always know when and where those are going to happen. However, this is great for that capacity building, particularly when you are focusing on individuals and families and communities that are living just above, at, or below the poverty line. And I know from my 12 years of experience, most of our organizations, those are our clients. Those are the people that need the most help after disaster because they've got the fewest safety nets. And so these are really amazing assets. Now, AmeriCorps Vista can't come in and build your house, right? They're not going to come in and be your construction workers. They're not going to be your dirty hands assets from AmeriCorps. But capacity building, infrastructure building, strategic planning, community education and outreach, financial literacy, putting together volunteer plans, all of that's right in the AmeriCorps Vista's wheelhouse. And so they're an incredible asset, particularly focusing on that long-term recovery. Now let's move to the center. So this is our operational response assets when we have those FEMA mission assignments. We have a program that we call the AmeriCorps Disaster Response Team, and that is comprised of AmeriCorps state and national programs, state service commissions, and traditional AmeriCorps NCCC teams and campuses. So all together, when we get a mission assignment, we're able to assemble this force and get them out into the disaster affected area, predominantly to provide those direct services to underserved individuals, families, and communities. So that's going to be damage assessments, temporary roof repair, chainsaw and removal of hazard trees, particularly if they're blocking access to the property or access to a house with a roof that needs to be tarped, mucking and gutting, emergency mold suppression, sometimes some temporary window repair. We can't do long-term repairs with this group because it's funded through those FEMA mission assignments, which are Stafford Act. So that means it can only be temporary. However, we can take that pretty far in a lot of cases. We also can do volunteer and donations management support. Now, I will say the volunteer management piece is a little bit easier for us to support. Donations management, we really need a strong local or state-based organization to support in that, because donations can get a little wild sometimes, and they can become pretty political. And so we have learned from previous experience that if there is a strong organization that is managing and administrating that donations management warehouse, our people can be a good support to that. But if that team isn't there, our people can get pulled into a lot of directions, and it's not always very productive. We can also do capacity building for local emergency management and state management. So we have these federal operating support mission assignments that are available to us. A lot of times when we have utilized those in other disasters, that has been helping with crisis cleanup call downs, and then doing cross-referencing for unmet needs between FEMA, the state, VOAD, referrals from municipal or elected officials to try to figure out all the people that are on these different lists and where they overlap and who's got priority, and help kind of wade through all of that in a way that is helpful and productive, not only for our operations if they're going, but also VOAD member organizations and the government as well. All right, so the last bucket on this is the AmeriCorps Disaster Cadre. And these are our AmeriCorps staff members that we have selected and trained specifically to go out and support those FEMA mission assignments. So when we have a FEMA mission assignment, particularly if there's a lot of AmeriCorps members on that mission, there's a lot of partners, there's complicated logistics. We like to bring our staff out to sit in that joint field office, to be able to attend those long-term recovery committees, and really be the interface between our AmeriCorps Disaster Response Team operations, FEMA, the state, VOAD, and all of the other partners that are at play. So a good example of this right now is that in Guam, we started about over a month ago, sending our folks out to figure out what it is and where AmeriCorps could plug in. And we have brought in our first wave of deployment teams. Right now we have 2 AmeriCorps staff, a disaster services operations manager. So my colleague Katie Keene is out there, and then one of our disaster cadre. All right, I'm also going to put into chat, and Luce, I will send you this as soon as I get done talking. I'll get this into your inbox so you can distribute it to anybody who's in the room. A National Service Asset Guide. So this goes in just a little bit more deeply into what each program is capable of, where they tend to work, and then a breakdown of those capabilities for your use. All right, I'm going to take a pause and see if there's any questions virtually or in the room before we move on.
Any questions in the room? No?
All right, let's go. All right, the prequel. So the pre-impact coordination partners. The one thing I love about hurricanes is they usually give us a couple of days of notice. And so that helps us kind of get the ball going a little bit faster than we get for other disasters. So in the case of Hurricane Florence, when we heard about this storm that was forming, the Disaster Services Unit reached out to the North Carolina Commission to say, hey, we know this is tracking. We just want to make sure you guys are going to be okay and that you're prepared, and offer you any technical assistance that we can. At the same time, we usually make contact with the Regional FEMA Voluntary Agency Liaison, or VAL, and I think you've got at least one of those in the room with you today. And just to say, hey, we're tracking this, let us know if there's any requests. Our VALs, particularly in Region 4, are very familiar with us and are just kind of waiting for us to call when that happens, and then further up as well. And so generally either before the storm hits or after the storm hits and everybody's kind of gotten a chance to catch half of the breath, we like to have a coordination meeting with FEMA, State Emergency Management, and at least the State Service Commission, and sometimes BOAD joins us depending on the state, depending on the relationships. And during that call, we talk about, okay, where are the impacts? What are the current needs that aren't being met? And is there a role for AmeriCorps to support the disaster response through a FEMA mission assignment? And if there isn't an opportunity for that FEMA mission assignment, what other assets, what other AmeriCorps assets that are existing locally or within the state or regionally could we potentially partner with to get that support out the door even without a FEMA mission assignment? I will note that that FEMA mission assignment is really the best way to bring in a lot of people over a longer course of time that's more dedicated. So in this case, we knew it was going to be a big one. It was the first big storm of the season. And so that call was very productive. We had a pretty solid understanding just after the storm that the admission assignment was going to come through. And so it was really important for us to be able to provide that technical assistance, because sometimes, depending on the state, getting those resource request forms and through the state structure and over to FEMA and through the FEMA structure can be a little bit complicated. For future disasters, what I would highly recommend is if you think that there is a need or a FEMA mission assignment support can be helpful, please reach out to us. It's really important that we are involved in those discussions so that we can give you a better understanding of how many people we have available, because that availability fluctuates throughout the year. And we can give you a good cost estimate for how much it's going to cost. Now, I will say that with FEMA mission assignments, those usually come with a 25% cost share to the state, which can potentially be alleviated with that cost share using volunteer hours or donated resources, equipment or supplies. So our key moments, getting that call going, getting that information going, and then helping the state get ready to put their request through to FEMA, and then supporting FEMA as that process unfolded. The other thing that happened even before the storm happened was American Red Cross. We've got a national MOU between NCCC and American Red Cross that will allow the agency to deploy NCCC members directly to ARC for sheltering, damage assessments, commodity, points of distribution, whatever they need. So these tend to only happen on the very large catastrophic disasters, and it's coordinated through the Disaster Services Unit at the very front end only. So we are helping identify which teams from which campuses can fill that request, making sure the paperwork gets done in an expedited manner, and then we turn that largely over to the NCCC campuses to execute, and only get involved in case there are additional national requests for refilling those teams after they are done with their service, if it is a particularly large or complex disaster. All right, I'm going to pause to see if there's any questions about pre-QUA. Okay, hearing none, let's move on. All right, so the response, the storm hits, we get those American Red Cross and NCCC teams ready, we get them trained, we get their paperwork submitted, we get them out the door. So they are on their way to help out with that sheltering and damage assessments, and et cetera. We also, within, I think it was probably a couple of weeks or less, got a FEMA mission assignment. Actually, we got two. One was a DFA, a direct federal assistance. That is the mission assignment that lets our AmeriCorps members go out and actually support individual survivors at their properties. So that's going to be the temporary roof repair, mucking, gutting, mold suppression, et cetera. The other one was that FOS, that federal operations support, because we did need to bring in our operations manager and we did utilize disaster cadre. So that was the funding mechanism for them. Both of those together came close to $1 million, $920,000. That brought in 10 AmeriCorps disaster response teams from around the country between October 6th and November 26th. I believe that's like 50 some odd days. So they were there to provide that mucking, gutting, et cetera. And we were also able to take some of those members and some of those teams and shift them fully to voluntary organization partners. So I went back and looked through all of our data, and I know that we sent teams to American Red Cross. We sent a team, I believe, to North Carolina VOAD for warehousing, and then we had a couple of other partner requests that were also filled outside of American Red Cross. That FEMA mission assignment was a relatively short one for us, but we were able to get 96 homes mucked and gutted. We cleared 3,800 cubic yards of debris from private property. Again, private property of underserved individuals and families, so people that had access and functional needs, couldn't afford to hire somebody to do it and couldn't do the work themselves. And then we also did quite a bit of crisis cleanup work and managed 752 work orders that came out of crisis cleanup. We also did a lot of call downs to refine the data that's in the system and make sure that it was useful several, later towards the end of that mission assignment. And made sure that we were putting information back into the system so that when long-term recovery groups stood up, they actually had a little bit of a record of what was going on with that property. Any questions about the response? All right. Go ahead.
I have a question.
Sure.
Speaking about the sequence of approval for AmeriCorps teams, how does that happen?
Yeah, so once we have that coordination call and figure out that AmeriCorps is going to be desired and requested, once we get that technical assistance done, the state has to put in a resource request form, and every state has a different methodology for how they do that. But essentially, the state needs to make sure that everybody that their, state SCO, the state governor representative, everybody in the upper echelons know that request is coming and to expect it and what it is. And then once the state says, yep, we're ready to formally request that, they send that over to FEMA. And then FEMA takes it through their processes. They have a couple of different I want to say offices, but I don't think that's the right word. Maybe Chris can give me the right word on that. But it goes to a couple of different places, including operations, finance. It goes up to the FCO. They check it. They put it together. And then once they approve it, it goes back to the state so that the SCO can sign off. And then it goes back to FEMA so that those funds can be ordered. And then it's presented to the disaster services unit. The disaster services unit, we can't move anybody from where they're at until we have the FEMA mission assignment paperwork in hand. So while that process is going on, we are working with our AmeriCorps disaster response teams to get their budgets together. And as soon as we get the mission assignment paperwork, we start executing those budgets, meaning we're reviewing them and then sending them to a couple of different offices within our agency. And we've got some financial partners outside of our agency that also have to verify and approve. And then once those deployment budgets are approved, we can get people moving and out the door. So how long does that normally take? It depends on a lot of factors. So I can't speak to give you a standard timeline for FEMA in the state, but generally when we get a mission assignment here at the agency, we can get people moving usually at the latest within a week, week and a half. And sometimes that gets a little bit wonkier when we cross fiscal years, which is great to have our fiscal year right in the most active part of hurricane season. But generally we can get people on the ground within about a week to 2 weeks, as a rule of thumb. Now, once we get people deployed, we're working with AmeriCorps members. So we're utilizing our most experienced AmeriCorps disaster response staff to build out our incident command structure, get those members trained up, bring in the larger force, get them all trained up. And so we don't really start seeing a height of those operations until we're probably a week and a half out from the first boots landing on the ground. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Katrina, this is Daniel Altino with Catholic Charities. One of the big things is always housing with deployments, and so for a mission assignment like this, is that something where the state coordinates housing, does FEMA coordinate housing? How is that handled?
So our FEMA mission assignment does give us the authority to use some of that funding to pay for low-cost housing, although if we can find free housing, we like that, because then it does reduce the financial burden to the state, but generally we've got to pay a little bit of something. So any leads that voluntary organizations can provide us, any leads that the state or FEMA can provide us, very helpful. However, it is not incumbent on the state or FEMA to get that housing set up for us in advance. Those AmeriCorps disaster response teams generally, once we've got those leads, they go and evaluate them. They sign the contracts. They're the ones paying. My office generally even stays out of that and just let that be a program thing. So those programs can pay for that lodging and then get reimbursed for it in the back end. Great question. And I will note that is for FEMA mission assignments, only FEMA mission assignments. Because Stephanie, I'm watching your face and she's like, NCCC is a little bit different. So, all right, any other questions? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to hand it over to Stephanie to talk about the recovery.
Thanks, Katrina. Yeah, I was sitting here going, oh, it's a little different. It's a little different. So to kind of cap off our Florence kind of story here that we're telling to kind of introduce NCCC and DSU. Disasters always have a long recovery, and the recovery is longer than some of us usually think it's going to be just from the get-go. NCCC teams actually began arriving to North Carolina to begin work within 48 hours of the storm making landfall. And our projects that we've been working on have continued through spring of this year. We've done 53 unique projects across the region between 2018 and 2023. A total of 434 members have served almost 90,000 hours. I'm a visual person, so I like maps. So here's a map of the different places those teams have served. 74 homes mucked and gutted, just shy of 1,000 homes renovated, repaired, or protected from mold. 9,000 damage or needs assessments, a lot of water, a lot of donations, a lot of debris and trash removal. So our most recent project was actually had some Florence factors to it. Daniel, that was actually yours with Catholic Charities.
Great, we love having the team down here.
So digging a little bit deeper into NCCC now. AmeriCorps NCCC is one of the many AmeriCorps programs. We're the only full-time residential program. This is our 29th year of operation, and our mission is basically to strengthen communities and develop leaders through direct team-based national community service. We obviously do a lot of disaster response and recovery as a result of this mission. Our members commit to us for 10 months. They're typically 18 to 26 years old. We put them on teams and they spend basically the year within those teams. So they work together, they travel together, and every 6 to 8 weeks, they're basically on a new project in a new state. So over the course of 10 months, they'll serve on anywhere from 3 to 12 projects, depending on the time frame. Just to give you another map, North Carolina is part of the southern region, which you can see in kind of the pink red color here. Our campus is based here in Mississippi. And we go basically all the way up to Massachusetts, Connecticut, and then all the way down to Puerto Rico and Louisiana and Florida. During times of disaster, we can travel outside of our region. So for example, if we had a hurricane or something when my campus was offline or in training, which is what we're doing right now, we just had our new class arrive, one of the other regions can respond. We've responded to Texas, for example, during Harvey. North Central responded to Louisiana during the Baton Rouge flood in 2016. So we do cross out of our regions occasionally. And as far as who can host an NCCC team, I'm excited to tell you that there is no match or cost share to host an NCCC team. Like Katrina was saying, we do respond within the mission assignments, but we also respond outside of them. So if a disaster did not get a mission assignment for some reason, one wasn't put in or it wasn't approved, you can still request NCCC assistance. There's no match or cost share to do that. Outside of mission assignments, we can help with long-term recovery efforts. I'll give you some examples of things we've done, but basically, as long as you're not a for-profit entity, you're pretty much an eligible sponsor. Our projects all fit into one of 5 service areas. As you can see, natural and other disasters is here. For us, that's preparedness, mitigation, response, and long-term recovery. We also do a lot of energy conservation work as part of long-term recovery, you know, helping winterize homes, prepping homes for the upcoming season. We do a lot of that ahead of hurricane season, just if we know there's things we can do so that impacts won't be as big. If we have a team that can go out and board homes, you know, put plywood up, things like that to help lessen the damage. You know, all different kinds of ways disaster work kind of fits within our model. For some specific things, ways NCCC can support immediate response and long-term recovery. We do new home construction as well as home repair, debris removal, donations management, some aspects of case management, such as intake or casework. We've conducted community surveys, looking at long-term, you know, unmet needs, you know, a few months after the storm. Home repair can include mobility improvements, such as wheelchair ramps and grab bars, smoke alarms, other disaster mitigation measures. We just did a big project in Western Kentucky after their tornadoes in 2021, installing weather radios and teaching folks how to use those. We've also helped with installation of attics, doors, weather, things to protect residents from severe weather. We've worked on infrastructure repair projects to public buildings, like schools, for example, community centers, things like that. We've installed fire breaks around cities or other structures to help with wildfire mitigation. And then basically everything with sandbag removal, distribution, putting it around public buildings, giving them out to residents, just all aspects of that as well. So we do rely on our sponsors to train our members on what you want it to be done. My favorite example is home building. Just because a team may have built homes in southern Louisiana doesn't mean folks in eastern North Carolina need to be built the same way. Different environments. But yeah, general construction skills, energy efficiency, installation, donations management, leading volunteers, debris removal, and again, some aspects of case management, such as intake or casework. You know, members can be trained in all of that. Our members are already federally background checked, sex offender checked against the sex offender registry, TB tested. They come with their own workers' comp that we cover, as well as torts. They come with their own transportation via usually 1 or 2 15-passenger vans. We cover the gas and the insurance on those vehicles as well. They also come with a team leader. Their team leader is for logistics. It is not a technical lead. So they would need a site supervisor who can train members as well. We'll talk a little bit more in just a second about what we provide and what a sponsor would provide. But just if you're thinking about NCCC and the ways that we might be able to work with you during the upcoming hurricane season or any other disaster, just a reminder, NCCC projects need to meet a compelling community need. So just like we have an application, it's got a need statement, so what's the need here? It needs to have well-planned tasks, and we need sponsor supervision. We would love to involve the community. Obviously, donations management, sometimes we're in a warehouse. We might not see much of the community, but we like to be involved with the community as much as possible. We would also love opportunities for members to grow and develop as a result of this work. So that's the training, orientation, explaining to them what actually happened. Why are we here as opposed to somebody somewhere else in the state? Just that kind of service learning. Like I said, NCCC will provide transportation via 1 or 2 15-passenger vehicles. We'll cover the gas and the insurance on that. We can provide basic protective gear, eye and ear, hard hats, gloves, composite boots. We do give our members a basic training, safety, tools, first aid, CPR. They're trained in that before they arrive. We also cover their liability coverage under the Federal Torts and Employees Compensation Act, and we can provide a letter that explains that as well. For our sponsors, we are looking for our sponsors to provide any supplies or materials that would be needed for the project. So if this is home repair or muck and gut, we would be looking for those construction supplies. If we're tarping roofs, we would look for you guys to provide the tarps. Technical support and direction. So this is that training I've mentioned a few times. Supervision, making sure they're doing it the way you want it done. We need to work at least 40 to 45 hours a week, 80 hours every 2 weeks. Now it would be up to you guys how that looks. That could be 4 10-hour days. That could be a Tuesday through Saturday. We're just looking for it to meet that 40 to 45 hours a week. And sponsors for NCCC teams need to provide lodging. Guys, I'm looking for 4 walls, a roof, and a locking door. It doesn't have to be fancy. We can bring cots with us, bedding with us. We do need, though, to have access to a bathroom with showers and either a kitchen and a place to prep and store food. Or if you're providing the meals, the kitchen doesn't need to be provided. But if there's a place for them to prep and store food, cook food, we'll buy their groceries. We'll give them a budget to buy groceries with. For the lodging, just like I said, it does need access to the bathrooms and showers. It's okay if that's not under the same roof, okay? But nearby. I've had sponsors who will, the showers are at the local YMCA and there's a time they can come every day to shower, and that's fine, but we do need access to bathrooms and showers. I joke a little bit that our NCCC teams are like bats. You can separate them out to work during the day, but they do need to roost together at night. Typical teams are anywhere from 6 to 10 members, including that team leader. Sometimes you don't need 10 members on one site, so it is okay to separate them out a little bit, multiple work sites, but they do need to house together at night. We have a separate process for direct response work, but for long-term recovery. It's a 2-step application process. You can call your NCCC contact. For North Carolina, it's me. With questions at any time. We have a concept form that's kind of like a letter of intent. It's just basically what happened, what do you think you'd have a team do, what need would it meet? It's very basic. That's reviewed. We ask any questions we might have, and then we send a application template. The application template basically goes into more detail about everything. So instead of, a couple paragraphs on what would the team do, what's the need being met, we'd ask for a work plan. What's the priority week 1? What's the priority week 2? For long-term recovery, you would find out if you were getting a team approximately 6 weeks prior to the requested start date. Minimum of 4 weeks, but usually closer to 6. For 2023, 2024, here's actually the dates. I'm in the middle of doing outreach right now for rounds 3 and rounds 4. So that could be long-term recovery depending on what hurricane season, or severe weather season does this summer. We're still in the midst of a lot of flooding that's happening around this country. So yeah, concept forms for long-term recovery. Here's, September would be the next one we're accepting for January through March. For disaster response, we have a separate application. There's no concept form for disaster response. Should something happen, you contact me, I will send you our disaster application, and basically you fill it out and it comes directly back to us. Should there be a mission assignment, Katrina and DSU will be handling, getting NCCC in and working with you all. But like I said, NCCC can be requested outside of a mission assignment if there isn't one, or if we feel like we want folks a little bit faster. From receiving a disaster application to boots on the ground is about a week for us. Like I said, for Florence, we had teams on the ground within 48 hours of the storm making landfall. So we can move a little bit faster. So I'm going to pause here. Are there any questions? Because I know that was a lot of info.
Stephanie, this is Luz with Volunteer NC. Some of our long-term recovery groups have been dealing with lack of volunteers to support or finish their projects. And so is NCCC a good fit for this kind of projects, or are we looking at other AmeriCorps teams?
What kind of projects would they be?
This will be for home repair and reconstructions.
Yes, we could be a great fit for that. That's home repair is basically our bread and butter as far as long-term recovery work. We are a little flexible, with our round 2 date. So folks are looking, to have teams possibly mid-October. I would encourage them to call me soon because I can't move the application due date. But we might be able to make something work there. But if they were looking, January to March, March to May, yeah, definitely tell them to give me a call.
Now, in the application process, I know, Daniel, you have gone through the application process. I would like to hear a little bit more about that, because I think that's what scares a lot of the nonprofit organizations or long-term recovery groups, because they don't have the capacity to start with to work on long applications. So I have pitched in the opportunity of bringing AmeriCorps teams to support them. But a lot of them, again, like I said, are a little scared, worried about capacity in relations to putting an application together. Yeah. If either one of you can just talk a little bit more about the application, maybe Daniel, given that in your perspective as a nonprofit organization here in North Carolina, utilizing one of those teams.
Sure. I am 100% was in that camp that it was incredibly intimidating to look at first, and had put off applying for an AmeriCorps team for a while because of that. Even with some support that we get from CC Catholic Charities USA, they were encouraging us, and it was just kind of, I'll do it next year, because there's a lot there. And I will say Stephanie was a great resource. I got connected with her, and she was able to kind of walk through a little bit of that understanding of here's the question, and then here translate it into here's what the actual is looking for. And so with a little bit of guidance from Stephanie and just really understanding what the intention behind the application was, it became a lot easier to tackle. And really looking back on it, I was laughing at myself a little bit with being how intimidated I was and how much I put it off. And so it really isn't that bad, but I think having a little bit of a resource to talk you through it kind of makes a huge knowledge gap there. And so Stephanie was really great in working with me. I'm happy to work with other groups here, but would also push people working with Stephanie because she is really clear with answering and explaining what is expected from it. And with that little bit of help, it made the whole process really smooth. And now that we've done it once, feel very confident about being able to do it again, and are in the process of looking to apply for a round 3 team in that January to March timeframe.
Wonderful.
Thanks, Daniel. Now, I'm biased, but I think I'm the easiest federal grant in the AmeriCorps world. So no match or cost share. I'm not going to ask any financial information. You know, we're going to ask a little bit about, like, you know, what are you going to do after we leave? Just, you know, is there a sustainability plan? But nothing into, you know, real big detail. This is one of those applications where being blunt actually is in your favor. You know, we want to know what happened. What are we doing about it? Why do you want us to come? And, you know?
Thank you.
Bless you to whoever that was.
Thank you. Teresa.
But any other questions before I move on? I promise it looks intimidating, like Liz said, but please don't let that scare you away. If nothing else, call me and let's go through your questions or your situation and see if it's a fit. I will not be offended if you decide it's not a good fit. I promise. Oh, one of our teams rebuilding a bridge in South Carolina. But yeah, here's our last slide. This is, I'll turn this back over to Katrina to chat about, and I'm going to put my contact info in the chat, just in case anybody wants to reach out.
Thanks, Stephanie. I will agree with you. I do think the NCCC application, while it looks really intimidating, is, you know, once you get into it, it is a lot easier than some of our others. And Stephanie is great, and all of the people at all of our NCCC campuses have somebody like Stephanie on their staff, usually a couple of Stephanies on their staff. And so even if you end up moving, getting out of, you know, one of Stephanie's states, and you're not sure who to talk to, you can always come to me. I'd be more than happy to direct you to the right location. So I did want to leave you with some our DSU contact information. If you remember nothing else that I said to you today, please remember our general email, that's dsu@cns.gov. Do note that it's not CNCS because a lot of emails have gone the wrong direction because of that. And we love having these conversations. There are no stupid questions. We'd love to be able to connect with you and help you troubleshoot and identify what we can do to support you. Additionally, there's some additional resources. These are all in hyperlinks. I have emailed those links to Luce so she can get them to you because it's not very helpful on a PowerPoint that's on a screen in a room. But this includes our, you can ignore the SharePoint site, you won't have access to that. Our external website, our 2021 disaster framework, and then that at a glance sheet that I referenced earlier. I will also go ahead and put a link to our disaster services page on the external website. This is a great tool that goes over you know, how we respond, our frameworks, who the AmeriCorps disaster response teams are, kind of a summation of that asset sheet. And at the very bottom of it, actually, Stephanie, could you stop sharing for a second? I'll go ahead and share the website.
Yeah.
Thanks. Can you see it?
Yes.
Great. So I'm just going to scroll slowly so I don't give anybody vertigo. But this will talk a little bit about our response framework and recovery framework, the FEMA mission assignment development. This is the resources and capabilities, so kind of the asset sheet light. But what I really want to get you focused on are, this goes over who our ADARCs are, their capabilities, is in our AmeriCorps Disaster Response Team portfolio at this point, but really featured resources. We've got our framework up here, we've got that asset sheet, and then managing spontaneous volunteers in times of disaster. We also have several courses. I know there's only 2 listed here. These links may not work, but AmeriCorps Litmus is our learning management system, and we've got several disaster services online trainings that are available to anybody. You just need to register for an AmeriCorps Litmus account. You don't need to be a grantee to register for that. If you're curious and would like access, please email me. I'm an administrator. I can get you into the system. And then we've also got a link to our performance measures and some sample documents. So thanks so much. And I think we're moving on to questions, correct?
Does anyone in the room has any questions for Katrina or Stephanie? No, it's almost 4 o'clock, so it's the end of the day, and we have seen several presentations. Thank you so much to both of you for accepting to do this presentation for us, and we do appreciate all of you for attending virtually. Guess what? We are ending 30 minutes early. Yay!
Thanks so much, everybody. Have a great day.
Thank you. And I will be sending an email following up with all the information and materials that were provided in the chat box, as well as via email that was shared with me while the presentations were going on. So please look out for that email. Any suggestions related to future trainings, please let me know. I'll be more than happy to collaborate with your organization or look for presenters that can speak about whatever topics you would like to hear. I am available, and have a good rest of your evening. Thank you. Bye.